Hello, everybody. How you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm having a headache. It's painful, but the good news is I managed to get rid of most of it. The bad news is I don't think I could withstand doing Final Fantasy Friday today. So we're gonna do more of our of the website for StarCraft mining. So let's just jump right in, shall we? Um, Hello. What's going on? Why is, oh, that's right. I was doing silly stuff and had to temporarily disable streaming for my desktop. Alright. Now does it work? This. Now it works. Okay. Um... Da, 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 da. Hey, Deedway. Okay, so, here's what's going on. I did manage to follow some tutorials I found online and did a nice little UI thing up here just to get this looking better. I'm not happy with it, but it's still better than it used to be. Let me kind of zoom in a bit. So we got this nice little animation going on. I want this centered, and the home should be like over at this end, because there needs to be like a nice little logo or something. Still haven't touched login or sign up. But I did got all this going. We got the run estimator still in here, although it's really nasty. And I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I think I know how I want to fix it. We're not going to make it a big. We're not going to make it a spreadsheet style, like I did when we started. Instead, we're going to make it that you create a run that creates like a little grouping, and then in there you can have subgrouping where you can actually add. Okay, I just want to add Quantanium, Bexelite, Terranite, all that stuff, and you can add them individually, and it will give you a readout of totals at the top or at the bottom or something, and that's kind of more where we're going to go with that. But I also went digging into the files, and I found how much ores sell for. So like right here, titanium ore has a base price of 4. And yet in the game, we can sell it for about, 10% more than that. So I don't know why, but at least with the ores, it's multiplied by 1.1 to get the final price. I don't know why. The other question I have is the refined price. Is that doubled the base price and then multiplied by 1.1? Or is it multiplied by 1.1 and then doubled? All questions to figure out. Oh, I was on the wrong screen. Yeah. So yeah, we found this data. Lots of data to go through. And I also have started, creating a setup that should update our ore.js with all the data that we find. It's not ready yet, but that's something that we may work on later. Now, before we actually start too much, I actually want to... I added this to a repository, so I just want to update it just so I have a fallback point before we make too many changes. And I just realized I need music. Okay. There we go. Let's see. I can't spell. Okay, I need to edit this. Hmm. Okay. Alright, I'm just doing this all off screen so you don't have to worry about it. Alright. So that gets us back up to this exact moment. So we'll never fall backwards from there. Here. So, you know, I definitely need to keep updating the details, but this should be a good starting point. Alright, so yeah, all the OR data. I've renamed the JSON stuff. Instead of raw, it's now base price, and then we're also going to add refined price. We're going to have to calculate out what that is specifically, because here's a good one. I've actually updated the Boras, I think. So that's 16. Now, if we just straight up multiply that by 2, let me pull up my calculator. So 16 times 2 is 32. But now let's multiply that by multiply 1.1. That gets us that. Okay, so now we know it's doubled and then multiplied. But what happens if I do 16 times 1.1 times 2? We get the same value. All right. Just wanted to double check that. So, you know what? We're actually going to remove refined price, because that's actually something we can calculate. You can see all these other values I have in here, like yield per unit and all sorts of things. This is details that we can get from the files, but I haven't implemented any of them yet. We're going to, especially when we get to the refining calculator. And a lot of this information can be, picked up by the Python scripts I wrote that should, be able to grab all that data. I'm still refining them, but they're there. So. Okay, I gotta check that one. No. That's what happens when you click the wrong thing. Okay, so 14 times 2 times 1.1. How do they get that? 14 times 1.1 times 2. Yeah, I have no idea how they get 31.01 for the Laranite. Now the hef, that I get. So Laranite's going to be an easy, interesting one to try and figure out. Let me actually open up the file for that real quick. All right, so Laranite. This is a file that has like literally everything in the whole game that you can sell. Alright, there's Laranite. I need the raw Laranite. There we are. Base price is 14. Huh. Well, let me take another look at. Okay. Now, most of the reference data I'm getting, I actually get from Urkel or SE Trade Tools trade.tools. And what they'll do is actually, they have a whole bunch of, they have all this list, and they get the data from the same locations I do. It's inside the game. So Where are they getting the refined values? Unless they're looking at the raw versus actual Laranite. But even so, their raw data, like, you know, we look, Laranite 15. He's saying the ore value is worth 15. When, you know, we can see here, raw Laranite has a base price of 14. Makes me want to load up the game and see if, you know, maybe there's something in there. But, you know, let's look up regular Laranite. We had it earlier. There we are. Base price is 28. So how does he get 31.01? I'm not sure I understand that. Now, maybe there's just something I'm not, you know, picking up yet, but this is basically the headache for later. Let's, at least for right now, store the refined prices. We'll just keep that there. So let's go back to rocks. Actually, no, we need to be in the JS, don't we? Yeah. Alright, so find value, find price. So we actually do have this information right now for the rounding, for the refined cost. We're still going to just leave this here until we can actually get that in. So base price. Times 1.1. We're going to leave refined price refined right now. Alright, so that should update the rocks. Let's check in here. Ore value, base price, times 1.1. Refined price. So, we refresh. Spontaneum, we're at 10 on 1 SU. Come on, what's going on? No. There we go. Console, debugger. Nope. The raw price is okay. Yeah, that. For right now, let's just do times 1. Did I update that? I don't think I did. No? Alright, yeah, base price. Oh, was I doing run and not... Yeah, I was doing run. There we go. Okay, so the good news, that's working again. Don't have to worry about that. Now there is a lot more data that we need to use, but I'm kind of thinking I want to do the refactoring for the run estimator. You know, we're gonna, basically we're gonna tear off the, these rows, and we're gonna make the rest of these pretty much, it's gonna be different. It's going to be different. So instead of, this whole thing, we're going to have a much more dynamic setup. So let's come back here to runs. And I think we're actually going to get rid of the table and replace it with a div. Because we're going to be dynamically adding divs. So ID equals run table. Runs table. Div run list. And we'll create a new div. ID of run total. Runs total. So the run list is actually where we're going to add new divs as we create them. Let's create a new div up here. ID equals runs controls. This will be runs list. Alright. So here, div new run. ID equals add new run. Add run. So we're actually going to yeah, we're basically going to move these. Alright, so for now we're going to just delete this. So add new run. Now it's going to complain because I haven't updated anything. So now we'll come over here to runs. There should be add new run. There we go. And for the most part, we're actually just going to actually, let's come back here to runs. Toggle run detail. Run details. Toggle all runs details. So each of these are, usable. Let's head back to CSS. Login navigation. Is it in here or is it in style? Styling. Yeah, there we go. Display inline. Inline flex. Oh no, it's run controls needs to be flex. Display flex. And let's see, there was some interesting stuff in the navigation about the flex. Justify content, flex N, align item, center. That'll do a great column. Free force. I don't know. Let's just all right. Margin. Let's say we'll say 2EM and then 0. Seriously? Nothing? Come on, I want you to be fine. What about just 2? If I just do straight up 2, you'll be fine. Alright, so let's go to 1. Yeah, that works. About half. No, I think it's probably closer to 75. Yeah, that looks good. Nice, easy, you know, separate. Okay. So now we'll head back into rocks. Close that, close that. Runs. We're not gonna. Oh no, we are doing runs. That. I'm doing. Yeah, that's it. So we need runs and we need runs. And we're gonna kind of give a little bit more room to this here. Alright, so is there a way I can like how do I blank target? I want a selection. Toggle comment line. There we go. No, not that one. What was it? Control and... Oh, okay. But can I do it to multiples? Yes, I can. All right. Interesting. It doesn't work with the key, the one on the keyboard, the keypad. All right. So now we need to add a new div, a new run. So first things first. Let's get our table, and it was still run list. No, runs table. Actually, no, runs list. Runs list. There you go. Let's add a div. That's all we can do. So, spawn more overlords. Okay. Now, I believe what I can do is actually come in here to runs. Div class equals template ID equals run template. And then I can, run this up and, do as I need. But with class template, template display is nothing. So now we come in here, run template. No, let's start with the list, then we'll grab the template. And then, very simply, we should just be able to append child. Run template. Template in session. So I hit that. Oh. Does this return something? Yes, looks like it returns the node. So added, or var added node equals that. So now I should be able to say add node. Style. Yeah. Just add node. Style. Display. Equals, you know what? Let's do it. Go block. All right. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. I honestly don't know. JavaScript add div from template. Create div from template. Here we are. Content template. Yep. Oh, there's an actual template set up. All right. So if I do that, all right. If content in document. Okay, so do a query selector rather than a... And then clone it. Then child clone. Okay, nice. So, in here I could actually, set all the clone data, I suppose. The good news is it means I can actually clone this bitch. Okay, avoiding document fragment pitfall. Document fragment is not a valid target for various reasons. I don't think I'm going to be doing fragmenting, but I don't know. Fragment instance. It looks like Internet Explorer doesn't support it, but Internet Explorer just lost its support, so... Opera Android is questionable. Using templates and slots? Okay, so more than likely what we have to do is come in here and we're going to, do this with a div. There we go. Div class equals run list. Run or list. There we go. Actually, DVI. Oh. Div. So let's have a wrap div here. And actually, that can be ID. This will be run info, or run info, which we're going to break apart into run number and then price. No div, just diving this whole thing up. ID equals run. Actually, no. You know what? These should be classes. Class equals run container. Run number. Run total. Or should these be IDs? No. They can be classes. That's fine. Because, you know, all of these are going to be needed. Okay, so clone. Do we have a run count here? I don't think we do. Var run count equals 0. Clone ID equals run count plus 1. Well, actually, no. The very first thing we could do is do run count equals run count plus 1. And so here we just do plus run count. Yeah, that works. All right, we'll just do that. Okay, so inspector div content. Yeah, all right. Let's add a run. Runs list, run container. JavaScript clone set ID of div. Clone an element and change its ID using JavaScript. Okay, using the clone node, that's what we're doing, yes. For example, okay. Run controls, run list. Template clone. Okay, increment int and d and use it after cloning a template. Here we go. Clone new ID. All right, so they're actually using let. So, no, I'm happy with what I have. I know that's going to work. That's more in line with how I think. Okay, so we have the template content, clone. All right. So we're actually going to do this. ID equals run 1. So that's just going to be a simple one. We come back here. Const div equals clone.query selector run 1. Okay, so I can actually do a +1 here, so that's good to know. Okay, so I don't know why he's doing const. I want to do var. Oh, const could be good too. Div.id equals that. I don't know why he's doing that, but okay. Run counter. Let's just do run ID. So this will be pretty easy to tell if we have succeeded. Let's come in here, runs list, run 1. Add another, run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. Perfect. Alright, clear all runs. That's the next thing to fix. And for this one, we can actually just copy this. Our runs list dot inner HTML equals that. All right, so we'll run a couple of this on a couple of times and clear, and it just empties it out. I mean, we could actually add a, hey, warning, you're going to lose all your data. And we probably will do that. But for right now, I'm just so happy that this works. So now the next step is to actually have some displays here. So we have the run info and the run numbers and the run total. So let's come in here, find run total. Div inner HTML equals 0 AUEC. And we'll eventually get that to update. Now let's copy both of these, because now we need the run number. So run number is going to be run count. And actually we can probably run this first. This is where I switch it with the var. Run this is empty. Do I need to do a freaking var in front of these guys too? I don't think so. Alright. let's head back here. That worked just fine. But that does not. Fine, let's, hello. Oh, what just happened? Oh. Okay, well, how do I just do that? Alright. Oh, it's a class. Alright. There we are. Alright, let's actually come back into here. Oh, what's this? Alright, yeah, actually these might be wannabe IDs. Class equals, actually no, we'll just do that. And then, okay, so we add, okay, we gotta come back here, change these back into hashtags, or pound signs, as they actually are. Alright, so now we can come here to styling, and run info. Actually, it can be in here too. Except that's, yeah, looking a little weird. So run info. We're actually going to do display flex on that. Actually, no. We can leave it at that for right now. We'll also have this in here. And let's see, it was run number. And run total. Total is going to be float right. With 100%. Now, let's make it like 60. Oh, sorry, 600 px. No? Okay. 100%. Now let's start by giving this a frickin' border. Border 1 pixel, red, solid. And let's see. We're looking at runs table. We'll do blue. 2 pixels. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Why is this not working? Why is this not showing up? Do I have to have it in a different order? I've never had to have it in the order before. Font size. Font size. Extra large. M. Well, that's working. Pixels? Oh, what are the EM? Alright, EM. That's a bit big. For scalable fonts, the font size is a factor applied to the EM. Note that certain glyphs may bleed outside the EM box. For non-scalable fonts, font size absolute units. Okay, so let's just say 2 EM. It's clear, as this, now we need to figure out how to get it to go on the other side. We also have to figure out why aren't we seeing any of these borders. Let's do borders around these things. There's no borders. Okay, so that's 1, 0 AUC, and so on and so forth. Run OR list. Okay, well in there we're going to need controls, so maybe in between. ID equals run controls. Add or delete run. A ID equals delete run. Delete run. And we're going to replace these with images. Let's just do this right now. You know what? I think I might actually want to move this into a run-specific CSS file. So, new file, runs.css. Now we come back in here, import runs. Do I need the template equals none? No, I do not. Okay, I gotta stage this. Alright. Now it's listed as runs added. Okay, so display is flex. Run controls. Let's go green. Is it just... There we go. Okay, that was the problem. I was thinking I had to comment it, but I guess I don't. Alright, red number. Runs total. We're going to make that kind of a purple. Okay, so this looks like it's working. I definitely want to increase these to make them more exaggerated and easier to see. No, not 24 pixels. Alright, yeah, that's a little bit easier to see. So run controls, runs table. So tables actually need to be first, probably, for the order operandi. Clear, add. Oh, on clear, let's actually jump in here. Run count equals 0. Add, clear, add, clear, add. Clear, add, clear. All right. So, toggle details. That's actually something we need to add into here. So let's jump back into here. We're going to add a new template for or list. Or ID. Let's just change from run container to just container. So we now have a container class that will, deal with a whole bunch of stuff. Now I want to have that all the way over to the right. I'm not sure I can do that with Flex, but let's actually take a quick look. flex end. Okay, so the run info is going the right length. That's good. Run total. Let's try, you know, flex grow. Flex wrap. Controls with a shrink. Set the flex basis. Flex direction. Align self. Text align right. Float right. Let's see if that does anything. No. All right. I gotta look this up. How to align last flex item to right. All right. Okay. So I know that this is so margin left auto. There we go. Let's see. What was the run controls? Run info, run number, run controls, margin auto. So that should just be in the middle at all times. Now, I've definitely got this font size way too high, so we're just going to remove that for the moment, now that we know that it works. Yeah, that looks good. Prior to alignment via justify content. Modular level 1. What? Okay. Space around? Justify content. Okay. Run info. Justify content. Space between. If I remove the margin auto, hey. It shifts a little bit with the 10 there. so got that. That's working. Whew. We're going to leave these wacky colors in just for, you know, making it run's sake. So next up, I think it might be time to try to add an or. So here we have a number of different things we need to do. Yeah, we'll have the container div, and we might actually do something where we, you know, stylize the whole thing with, you know, using the containers. But for right this moment, what we need to do is figure out the absolute minimum data we need. So div and another div and a third div. So ID equals details. So this is where we're going to have all of our details. This is where we're going to have the stuff like, you know, well, just all the details. All right. So, you know. Oh, you know what? We actually need to have one more thing before the OR list. Run player list. List of players. Oh. Alright. And that's where we're going to be able to add players, so we're actually going to need a template for players, aren't we? But let's deal with that later. Let's actually get the ORs listed. So, let's see, there's the details. ID equals or basics. Or info. Well, input. Let's actually come over here to our runs.js. There's actually some code in here we're going to need. Input. Shit. Okay. I'm trying to imagine how we do this. I suppose possibly the best thing to do would actually have it pop up with a little wizard. Or we can have it pop up with a pull-down menu. I think a wizard might be easier, and actually easier to... I don't know if it's going to be easier, but from a user perspective, it's probably easier, because, you know, especially if you're on a phone, you pop up, you hit, add a run, add an OR. So, you come in here, you hit add run, you click add OR. Yeah, I'll turn it down. How about that? I need it because otherwise, I have problems. It's just, I can't have the no noise. It kind of bugs me. But having it at a very low level in the background, yeah, it definitely was too much. The volume was getting to me too. But yeah, be able to hit, add a run, add a ore, and then having it pop up with a list of ores, you can just, quickly, click on the one you want. That's probably a little bit easier than trying to click and drag and, find the one you want from a pull-down list. So, how would we best do that? Let's make a new template. ID equals select or. Yeah, I understand that. All right. Class equals or display. ID. Oh, you know what? Needs a container div. Or selector. Then we'll add that. Or display ID equals quantanium. And I might refactor this so that it's a dynamic one. In fact, since we're using PHP, that's not a terrible idea. Echo bump. All right, so the ID, let's come in here for each. Or data. Or in or data. Oh, you know what? I gotta add this. For or in or data. Why am I forgetting how for each works? Okay, yeah. For or as key in or data. Or display. Or. So that should, at least in theory, generate all the divs to display. We're still going to have to, deal with certain things. So div ID equals background. This should actually just be a div, not a template. Undefined or. Find key. All right, where's my or data? Yeah. There's that. Or data. There we are. Okay, key, and then it should be the data. Unless in or data we have another array. Well, you know, I should have most of this in rock, so for or data is or name or value. Oh, is that what it is? Or value? Am I just getting the name wrong? No, or data. Oh, or data as or name or value. Okay. So I just had the whole thing backwards. Or name to or values. Now I really only need the or name. Which I will add right there. Okay, so head to styling. Actually, no, let's head to rounds. No, I want this in styling. Background blackout. All right. Background color equals I left the fan on. You're right. The AC is on, but I left my fan on. One moment. To answer your question, no, I have not tried the NVIDIA audio system. I have tried them before. I am not really pleased with them, mostly because you know, they tend to take away a lot of stuff. A lot of background information and sounds that I actually want. But even worse than that is that they end up clipping. So, okay, so this should now... Oh, really? Oh, you know what? 100%. Height. 100%. Position. Absolute or fixed? No, absolute. Top 0 px. Left 0 px. There we go. All right. Z index 20. Where's the navigation Z index? $9,999. All right. Well, let's give this a Z index of 10. There we go. All right, now let's come up here. Let's go to runs. We're going to put this at the very top. Display none, which should hide that. Yep, good. All right. So I'm putting it back on. And now div or selector is going to be at least 21. The index, let's say 25. Flex auto. Display flex. I'll take another look for that, but no, I'll just take another look for that. We'll see. I mean, especially with the summer months, but yeah, I'm also going on vacation soon, so don't know how much of a priority that's going to be, because I'm trying to get as much work done as possible so I can actually afford to buy stuff when I'm at Disneyland, which I do not have to hide anymore. I am so happy. You hear that, kids? Disneyland! No, we told them you know, on Wednesday, so that's why I couldn't stream. I was at a pizza party where we were talking about you know, telling the kids, and we told the kids, and now they know, and now we're having lots of fun figuring out what we're going to go see and what we're going to go do. I really hope they like it, but they seem excited for it, and that's the good news. Alright, so okay, let's come down here. Or display. Actually, I think that's a class, isn't it? Width equals, let's say, 200 pixels. And height will be about 200 pixels. You know, rather than having that being fixed, or absolute, let's have it be fixed. There. Now, I thought I set this up to be display flex. That's actually where I'm going to be for 4th of July, is Disneyland. I honestly did not think I'd be going this year. My way is being paid by my ex-sister-in-law's sister. My brother's ex-wife. Sister. Her and her mom are, you know, taking the kids to Disneyland, and they didn't want any parent to be left out, and my brother didn't feel comfortable going alone with, and him alone with his ex-wife, his ex-wife's sister, and his ex-mother-in-law, who we still get along with. Yeah, it was probably me. I have said that, you know, we're doing that for a while, so. All right, flex wrap. There we go. Margin. Auto. Nope, that's not doing it. All right. Auto. Hmm. Okay, what is that? No, or selector. Okay, so that could be. All right, display flex. So as this, gets bigger or smaller, especially sideways, it should just wrap around. But now I want to have that centered. Align items, center. Okay. Align item, align self. Center. Align, or text align. Center. And let's do this. Border. 2 pixels. We'll say yellow. Solid. Okay, so we can see that. Actually, don't need that there. Probably need it here. All right, so and let's see. Let's do a background, just so I know. Okay, good. So, need to learn more about Flex. Don't know a whole lot. Flex center container. Align items. Ooh, justify content? Center. There we go. That's more of what I want. Yeah. So yeah, on a phone, you'd be able to just doot, pick whichever one you want. Okay. Vertical align. Middle. Yeah, Flex is basically a thing where you can say, hey, I want it to modify, but it's how you make what's called a reactive website, and that's basically what you want if you're working on something between a phone or a desktop or something. And Flex lets you create this nice little wraparound system where it just automatically goes around and wraps. It's very much, you can do something. You can't quite do that with like a table, but it lets you get the results of a table while still being responsive to size. It's like, okay, is there like a line items, justify content, display. Okay, yeah. controls alignment of an individual flex item on the cross axis. Gap. There we are. Column gap, row gap. Okay. Or selector gap, let's say 1 EM. Give that a shot. Probably 0.5. Yeah, that might do. I want to put some margins in here. Let's say 0.25 EM. How about if I just go straight up 5? And then I can make the gap 0. Or just remove gap. And yeah, this is a little bit more of how I want it. So that'll be nice. And no, I don't mind you, distracting me. I prefer to interact with my, people rather than, get this done. Because, that's what makes it fun for me, is the interaction. I mean, yeah, I'll get tunnel vision sometimes, but, if I'm constantly talking to you guys, that, keeps me entertained. And it makes the video better, I think. Because I've been looking at some stuff on YouTube's, and I don't think I talk enough. Of course, I also have the uncut videos, so it's less like, this is how I stream, and then I have to figure out a cut version where I'm like, okay, how much do I have to actually cut in between all these little sections? Because there are long periods where I'm just focused on the story or the game, and that's actually something that I'm not very happy with. Is I love playing story games with you guys, but then I just go silent because I'm enjoying the story. How do I deal with that? Then again, I don't like it when streamers, start talking. Oh, I can remember when this thing happened or when that thing happened. Why is this little bitch over here? He's doing crazy stuff. I don't like it when they do that during cutscenes. They're telling you the story. They're telling you the answers, but you're not listening because you're talking over them. Sorry about that little rant. I guess that's why I'm silent during cutscenes, is I want to enjoy them with you rather than, do a, what's the best word for it? I don't want the Mystery Science Theater 3000 this bitch. That's basically what it is. I could, and I sometimes do. I'll sometimes have a comment, and I'll try to interject it when there's a lull or a moment. But for the most part, I just let it go. Align items stretch. No. Alright, so I'll have about 200 pixels to play with images that represent each of these, hopefully with the proper names in them. And then when you click on them, it will, add that. So that will be actually something to add. I can actually add that to the JSON. Or to the runs, but the ID name is all right. Yeah, let's add select or name underscore. Yeah, that's here. Select or underscore or name. So that just means that in my or data, I got to make sure that these names are accurate or are what they say they are. When I do the updated values. I'm still not sure I'm going to be using this, but I use this more for names than anything else. But I'm trying to keep it the same as the JSON data values. So, there's a good chance I'm going to have to rename these, like raw quantanium and all sorts of stuff. But for now, this is doing wonders. We're also going to need a div of close. And for right now, I'll just add an X to the content. All right, so let's come in here to. Well, actually, no, that'd just be basic styling, wouldn't it? All right. Position fixed. Z index of 999,000. And let's add this. We're going to make it top, but we're actually going to make it right. And let's add some padding. Or padding or margin? No, let's add padding. So there it is up in the upper right. Font size is going to be... Oh. Honestly, I don't know what to put here. Points. I like points. So we'll say 14 points. No? 16? Yeah, there we go. Alright. Background. We're going to say it's... white. We'll start with white. But make it like about half transparent. Alright, well if I put 0 padding. Ooh, okay, that's a lot of padding. Let's just give it a fixed width. And we'll say 64 pixels. With a height of 64 pixels. Alright, looks like we can lower it to 32. Probably not a very responsive, setup, but alright. Align, or text align, center, V align, vertical align, middle. There we go. Alright, so and we want function close or selector. Cursor, that was it. Cursor, pointer. So if you pick anywhere in here, it should close the selector once we actually tell it to close. All right. Which shouldn't be that hard. We just close. Okay, we actually need 2 of them. Select or selector. Style display equals none. And there it goes. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't even touched on the Python stuff, which, is quite interesting, actually. So, now that this is pretty much working, or at least in a state where I can, open and close it, and I'm not, actively making it pretty, we can head back to runs. No, runs. This, yeah. Or selector. Select or, display, none. So now it will not show up. We'll click add run, we'll click add or, which does not work yet, so that's our next step. Alright, hashtag add or. Hashtag delete run. And apparently I got those names wrong. Alright, add or and delete run with capitals. I thought I was being clever. Alright. So now they look like buttons. Can I disable selecting on them? Oh well. Okay, so we got them looking good. Got some fair margins to them. I can click on them, or at least pretend to click on them. We'll add lists of players who helped later. Let's close styling and navigation. I don't need those. And or data. So I'm glad we have the select or thing done. That's probably still more we have to do with that. Let's actually move the templates up. Or down, rather. But at least we have a very simple, easy to use, or selector. We still need to be able to actually select ors. So, or display. Where's or display? Alright, cursor, pointer. Alright, let's add here. Alright, clone. Well, let's just do that. That's just easier. Alright, can I get away with not doing the vars on those? It looks that way. Good. Alright, so now I have to add or add event listener, click, function, add or to run. Console log. Attempting to add some or. And we will make this actually fairly simple. Just copy that. And we want to set this to inherit. Box. What would be a good one? block. Yeah, block works. Alright, add run, add or. Hey, look, it worked. Shows that. But now we need to get it so that when we click add or, and we click an or, it adds that to our list. So, we have to figure out something for that. Well, actually, what we could do should this be request add or to run? Yeah, I feel like it should be request. All right. Console.log this ID. This.id. All right, and let's actually do that the same thing here. Check the console. Add or. Attempting to add or. Okay. All right, so document get elements by class name, I guess. So we'll come over here, class equals select or selection. No, just or selector. Or select or. No. Or selection. There we go. Alright, so come back over here. Var or selection list equals that for each element, add event listener, click, add or to run. Yeah, I gotta get I'm in the habit of doing that. I don't know why I stopped. Because it's not having a problem. Shut up. Alright. Add or. Huh. Well, first of all, this dot parent dot ID. This parent is undefined. Okay, so JavaScript get element by ID parent. Get ID of parent element on click. Parent node. Run controls. All right. Run info. Let's do this one more time. Run one. Perfect. So, var parent run node ID equal, like, yeah. Well, actually, let's just do parent node. Oh, no, I like the ID. All right, so is there a way I can get this into this function even though it's not connected? I mean, I suppose what I could do is run a global. So let's var current run equals that. So instead of that, we'll do that. Current run is now that node. So let's try that. Response from on list or when else? Go. Okay, yeah. For each is not a function? What? Oh, probably because it's all right. The list. All right. Or selection list for each. For each, for in. For index equals or list length, index plus plus, array index element. Element add event listener. Will that work? I don't know. Okay, it's not letting me do anything. Get elements by class for each. By class name. So I got to do an array prototype for each. All right. So what we'll do call. And function dot or. And then that's what we'll do this. We'll just do element. How about that? So, how's that? Okay, fine. Let's try this. Array from there. L. Okay. Is this even working? View page source. Template. Navigation, div content, runs table, select or. Well, you know what? I'm going to make this a little bit easier on myself. All right. Okay, it says it's duplicate attribute. Oh! Or display or selection. There we go. That will probably solve it. Alright. And it's getting or run 1, which is what we needed. Let's close that. Add. Let's see about adding run to 4. Yep. Okay, so we know that that's running. So now we'll take that, add to that. Element is not defined. Yeah, there's L in that one. Add run, add or. Okay. So at the end of add or to run, we need to close the or selector. Oh, okay. So now we need to create a clone. Let's just grab all that. So we are going to need run or list with the proper run ID. So current run plus that. Hopefully that works. Actually, no, that's not where we want that. We want this up here. Or list. And run template. Or template. Alright. Or template, content clone. We got the clone. So now we need to come in here, probably or info. We'll do basics after that. So or info. So var div equals clone dot query selector. And now div.inner HTML is going to equal no, just leave that like that. That's good. Equals to this ID. So let's see how this works. Vexelite run 1. Yep. Alright, let's remove that. Remove that. Okay. And now we need to actually add this clone data. So now we add the clone. And we close the OR selector. OR list is null. All right. Okay, let's do this. Run. And that will be current run. Plus that. Or maybe it needed to be that. Yeah, it might have been needed to be that. So let's try this first. Nope. All right. Document, query selector. Run is null. So what about just straight up that? OR list is null. Okay, so it found the run. Alright, what happens if I just do that now? Run.getElementID is not a function. Query selector. Run or list. It should be there. Or list is null. Okay, so it... Ah. Hello, search the children of an HTML div element. Oh, okay. Wait. At any rate, if I can just do that, that's just a little bit easier. Get element by ID. Get element is not a function. What? Get element by class name. Append child is not a function. What? Oh, it's because I did that. Or list is still null. Okay, so for some reason, when I try to do a query selector on our run, which looks like it's grabbing the right thing, it doesn't find it, even though there's a hashtag or selector. Run or list. This is what we want. Or, yeah. Run or list. Yes. So we need the or list. We need the run. We have the template. We clone the template. We modify the template. And now we're trying to put it into the or list. But the or list is considered an empty. It's considered null. Does this have a class? Oh, it is a class. Let's try that. Okay. Huzzah. All right. So, let's start adding some basics in there. This is where the input is. Let's come over here to this. Okay. Or ID container. All right. Container or ID. Display flex. Let's just see how that does. Oh, no. Did I do it right? Actually, no. I do want that to be like that. So, undo. I don't even know if that's the right code. How do you, what do you do if you're trying to hit a class, but also an ID in the same unit? All right, name. Or input SCU. All right. So now we'll come here. All right. Or input. Input. And we'll update row. We'll actually update row. Update values. And 5.5. Now I could, you know, kind of scoot this off to the side, but I kind of like having that this setup. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking I do like the idea of the name and then the SCU, but I want them to be like in a grid. So this would actually be an instance where I use the CSS grid system. At any rate, refined payout. All right, let's come here just so we can. All right. And let's see. Margin. Top? Bottom? Yeah, let's just say 0.25 EM. Alright. That's good enough for now. And obviously I'm going to do a whole lot of UI work in between everything. $12.2. All right. 13.6 and 23.4. That should be updating, but the problem is, even if we do update, it's not getting the right information. So what we need to do is we actually need to come here and refactor all of this because this is not working. All right, so can I add data? That would actually be the easiest thing to do. On the other hand, I could just do this trick. All right, so console.log. We'll just do this for the moment. Why are you not? Oh, probably because I'm using or selected. Or input list. All right, go to. All right, let's check this. Updating values for okay, so for some reason this is not seen. Alright, let's come in here. Let's make sure that I'm actually putting the right things in. ID equals row value. We're looking for a class. Am I looking for a class? By class name, yes. Or input. Yes. Or input list, or input list. This actually is probably a const for both of these. I'm not really changing anything. Add event listener, input, update values. Yes. Yeah, this is just a lot cleaner of a setup. Still haven't figured out delete run, but we'll work on that later. Right now, I want to get this number to update. But first things first, I gotta get this console log to actually tell me something. Console.log. adding event listener to l.id. Oh. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. That's the problem. Wait, wait, wait. No. Yes? No. Template. All right. So. Yes. All right. Clone. Div equals clone query selector. Input. Div add. There we go. That will likely work. For row value. Yep. Okay. Updating values for row value. Let's come in here. What was it? There we are. Dot parent node. Add Vexelite. Add or ID. So we're at the or ID. Yeah, we need the parent of that. What's the parent of that? The or list plus the parent of that. Well, actually, yeah, we need the parent of that, so it's two more. Because I just like being able to do it from the run. Yep, run one. Perfect. Okay. Run ID equals that. So, Diamond is a girl's best friend. What's going on here? Attempting to add some no's. Run ID. That's fine. Unable to declare variable run ID. Oh. Okay, so now I have the parent run. Now let's get the info node, which would be parent 2, 3, 4. No, okay, so we just start with the run ID. Actually, do I need it? Yeah. Run node. run node dot query selector run total. Which I believe is a ID. Yes. All right. All right. Var total node equals that. Okay, so we know this. So var SCU count or amount equals this dot value. Calculate refined payout. Or value. No, not value. Or amount. And let's just make sure that that's a actual thing. So I don't need that. So calculate refined payout. Let's or amount or amount. There's actually a lot I need to go back here, so let's just, you know, make this easy on ourselves. Var value equals calculate refine SCU amount. Total node dot inner HTML equals value plus space AUEC. So Vexelite 10, and apparently unable to assign for or and or data. Calculate refined payout. For or in or data. Unable to undeclare variable or. What? Oh, all right. Assignment unable to declare variable or. So, var or. Actually, no, I'm thinking about this wrong. I'm thinking about this wrong. let's do this. Update refine value. Run node. Okay, so we're going to temporarily, at least, put that away. Oop, how did I... That was interesting. So, the way I was thinking about it, I was, thinking about it all wrong. I was thinking, okay, well, this will work for this one, and I wasn't thinking, wait, what happens when we add others? No, we need to update the refined payout for, everything. And that's what we're going to put into the total SCU. Now, there's going to be options that we can add to this, but we're going to do that later. Right now, we're just going to focus on just the raw payout, not the refined payout. All right, so update refined payout, go to definition, and instead of row number, we're going to do run node. So, now we already have the run node. We know what that is. That is our run with all the ors in it. So, if we add, 3 ors, that's all 3 of these ors. So, we need or inputs, we need to get all of them. So, var all ors equals dot get elements by class name or input. So now we have all of the inputs in one little row. We need to we need to calculate the ors for each of them. And, looks like for this one, we're just basically straight up calculating the raw payout. So, let's update this with all the ors. And we can get rid of that. Unfortunately, you know what? Let's just return this. So, no. Yes. Why don't I just put this into the... Alright, calculate raw payout. Run node. Alright, so we have our run node. Alright, here's our listing of all the OR inputs. So now we got this at the bottom. Let's do this. Yep. There. Array from element for input. All right. So now we'll do this little math. So what we need to do is we need to get the value. So var or value equals number or input dot value times or data or input dot ID, because I think we're doing that. No. No, we weren't. But we can. Add or info or input div dot ID equals this ID, I believe. All right. So now we'll come back up here. We're going to multiply that by 1. Oh, no, we also need base price. All right, and payout equals payout plus or value. Delete all that. I don't need that anymore. So now we can just straight up come down here and call calculate raw payout. Actually, no, we can't. Because that returns the payout. The update raw payout. This is the one that actually sets the yeah. All right. So now that's actually where we're going to steal this. But now we need to give it total node. Okay, which means we can get rid of that. All right, add or Quantanium. Run node get elements by class name is not a function. That's up here. Get elements by class name. All right, query selector. Actually, query, oh, maybe if I typed it right. Query JavaScript query selector all. Yeah, more than likely it's just complain about the same stuff. Query selector 2 is not a function. Still on line 20. So it's still this guy. Wait, is that a class? Yes, that's a class. Okay, so I do run at or at event listener. Update values. So we have the parent node. All right, raw update run node. Okay. Query selector all. The document method returns a static, not live, node list. Okay, so it's a list. Calculate our pay amount. So all ors. So I could probably just get rid of that. Hey. It's working. It's a working. Let's come down here. I want to make this a little bit bigger now that we don't have so much to hide around. Alright, so if you happen to have 90 SCU, that doesn't seem right. Bexelite's a pretty profitable one. If we had 1 SCU, that'd be 22. Okay, that seems right. So 36.2 is about 9... No, that's wrong. Something here is wrong. That seems better. Because 1 SCU is about 100. So, 23.6. Yeah, that looks like a good, profit run. Now let's see what happens if I add another one. Let's add 1 Quantanium. Ooh. Let's add 30 Quantaniums. Yeah, that's it. So, we got this to work. So if you could somehow fit 90 SCUs, you get of Laranite, 30 SCUs of Quantanium, and 23.6 SCUs of Bexelite, you would end up with 309,920 SCU worth in raw ore. So, okay, so we got that working. That's the good news. Bad news is now we have to get it working with all the others. We also have to see if there's add options of you know, do you want to see raw price or refined price? So let's come in here. And we'll make a new input. And input type is checkmark. Checkbox, actually, probably. Yes. And then we need a label for it. Probably need to put a label in here. Label for row value. And label for ID equals show refined class equals or show refined input. Or just show refined input? Yeah, just show refined input. Show or refined. There we are. Checked equals true. Show refine. Right. All right. I'll probably have to clean this up quite a bit, but this is the basics. So you can just type in your SCU. You can choose whether or not you're going to show refined, and we're going to have to, add a new little bit of calculations there. So let's come down here. Or show refined value input list. You know what? I just realized this is wrong. Although I do need that. Because none of that's going to show up. Instead, we come down here. Request add run. Here we are. Alright, so show refine plus that. And we're going to put this to SCU then div. Alright, so now we need to probably come back up here and make some fixes. Okay, that's got to be click, update that. So we're actually going to jump in here. Okay, where was it? Oh, yeah, it's all the way up here, isn't it? Update raw. Yeah. And let's see, this will be update refine payout. What we'll do is just copy, paste, and swap that out. Set that to run node. All right, so actually, rather than putting that in here, that's actually something where we want to put that into the run. Alright, so there's that. Right, run node, query selector. And it was show refined value. Const is refined. Value. If refined value equals false, else oh, I had a problem. No, that's because I made some changes. All right, so 164. Okay, I actually don't need that anymore. Actually, I kind of do. Just not there. All right. Run node, show refined value. Okay, so I don't need to do the whole, changing up the ID. Because you know what? Yeah. There we go. Run node query selector on 115 is null. Run node is not defined on 94. Assignment to undeclared variable? What? 37. Okay. First of all, this all has to change, so just copy, paste, and then change that to that. I'll just change that to 95 for right now. Add. Okay, that's good. Let's add some Quantanium. We're going to have one SCU, and it's having a problem. All right, 36. Or input ID. Oh. That's because I messed it up. Where is that SCU? There we are. Just go straight back to that. Add or Quantanium, one SCU. Alright, that's... Well, is that not the right thing to do? Non-click? Input check JavaScript. Oh, it's checked. All right. Well, actually, that sounds like... Oh, checked. There we go. Hey! And we can add Bexelite of 1. We can add Hefetenite of 1. And we can easily toggle between if we're checking the refined value or not. That is fantastic. That is like 5 times better than any other run calculator I have seen. It is intuitive. I really like it. All right, so we need to still be able to delete the run, but still. And the nice part is, a different run, we can use it with, you know, we can use it without, you know, the refined value. What? Okay. Okay. That's not right. So, console.log runnode.id. Updating values for, all right, add an for run 1. Updating values for runs list. Oh. Okay, so all right. Function update SEUs. Update values. Run node. And now we'll copy this. Update checkbox. Update is refined. So this is probably going to need significantly less parents. So now we come down here. No. Show refined value. Update is refined. There we go. All right. Update SCU values. That just seems like a better name, actually. Update SCU values. All right. Run info. Add checkbox. Run 1. There you go. So we can add one of Quantanium. Let's add another run. More Quantanium. Another one. And we can see that those now checkbox correctly. And that's why you want to test it with multiples, you know, after you get it functional. So it just turned out that the checkbox was pulling a different parent node. Doing it this way, we still get everything we need to. It's still getting the proper runs. So we're actually doing pretty good. I can now comment that line out. The next thing to do is actually we might want to set this up for you know what? Let's actually have a list of players now. Let's work with that. So list of players. Okay. Div ID equals player list. Player controls. Div or do we div? Or do we just do what we did right here? Add player. And then remove player. Actually, no, all we need is just add player. That's it. Because in the player list, we'll actually add, its own little template here. So, template ID equals player list. If I can spell it correctly. Div ID equals player ID class equals container Alright, so here's our player container system. It's fairly simple. Div ID equals player name. Class equals player name. And we're going to replace the ID with the proper thing, but there's where we put the ID. And then we have another class ID. Actually, class equals player controls. Players controls. Players control. No, player controls. And here we'll just do controls. Actually, I'm not sure we need a class. So we'll come up here, copy that. And this is all, of course, all temporary. Remove player. I'll just put remove for right now. All right. So now we have the add player button. But I think it has the wrong control. I think it's still set for ID. Class equals a button. That's just going to make things a little bit easier. I can have a nice, you know, global thing. Add player. So now I can actually come back into styling. Or is it on runs? It's on runs. So we'll cut that. Bring it back here into stylings. And just make this, what was it? A button. And we'll come back in here. Now, I was originally going with A as the hyperlink A, but just, a button. That works. I'm happy with that. Okay, so player list. We'll start out with me. Okay, so run template. There's the or template, run template. Here we are. All right. Div equals runs player list. Var clone2 equals player template. That's what it was. Why did I say list? It was not a list. All right. Okay. Yeah. Clone2 equals contents clone node deep. Ooh. Yeah, all right. I was wondering what that was. Div append child clone2. Clone2 dot id Do I even touch the clone IDs? I don't think I do. No, I grabbed the first one and then I... Okay. var div2 equals clone2 query selector player name. Don't think I'm going to need... Well, no, I didn't. Let's go with the class. Well, actually, no. No, 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 no. Player ID. ID equals me. Or should I do that? Yes. Player ID underscore me. That's what it's going to be. All right. Div append child. You know what? This is actually an instance where I think I'm going to actually do an inset just so it's clear what's going on here. Could I do that? Just so they don't escape? Uncaught reference error 209. Yep. Oh. Okay. All right, now I need to go player name. Div2 player name. Div2 inner HTML equals me. Me, remove. All right. Let's make sure remove is actually set up as a button. All right. Oh, actually, no. We'll worry about that on the next time when we actually, hit the add player and get it to work, which is right now. God damn it! All right, so let's come in here. This is just... It added it. That's the good. That's the good. Here we go. I have lost track on where I am and what I'm doing. But I can tell you one thing. I don't think I need any of this anymore. That's just a lot of garbage. Alright, so... Okay, so now let? I don't know what let means. JavaScript let versus var versus const. Okay, is the addition of let and const, which can be used for variable declaration. Question is, what makes them different from good old var we've been using? If you're still not clear, this article is for you. Good. var, before the advent of ES6, you know what, let me bring this over here. Before the advent of ES6, var declarations ruled. There are issues associated with variables declared with var, though. That is why it was necessary to let new variables, for new ways to let variables emerge. First, let's understand var. Scope of var. Essentially, var means variables for use, blah, blah, blah. It's basic. var declarations are globally scoped or function locally scoped. Okay. The scope is global when var is declared outside a function. That's good. Var is... Understand. Look at the example below. Var greeter is great. Var greeter is globally scoped because it exists outside the function, while hello is function scoped. So we cannot access the variable hello outside of a function. So if we do this, test, okay, var tester, var hello, console log, hello, error, hello is not defined. Okay. Variables can be redeclared and updated. This means we can do this within the same scope and not get an error. Var, var, var. Also, var, var. Yes, that's what we're doing right now. Hoisting a var is where, okay, move to the top of their scope. That means if we do this, var leader is interpreted as var greeter. Greeter is undefined. Okay. Okay, so if we call a variable and then actually call it later, it's gonna actually, that's where it's gonna, come into, it's gonna say, hey, we're actually calling this beforehand. So let's do it. All right, the problem, there's a weakness that comes with var. I'll use this example to show. Var times. This var is 3, say hello. If times is greater than 3, okay, what's the problem with this code? So since var is 3, greeter is defined as say hello instead. Well, this is not a problem if you not only want the greeter to be redefined. It becomes a problem when you do not realize that the variable greeter has already been defined. Oh yeah, okay. So if you have used greeter in other parts of your code, you might be surprised at the output you might get. This will likely cause a lot of bugs in your code. This is why let and const are necessary. Let is now the preferred for variable declaration. It's no surprise when it comes to an improvement over var declarations. It also solves the problems with var we just covered. Let's consider why this is so. Let is block scoped. A block is a chunk. Okay. With let is only available for use inside that block. So let hello, say hello, okay. Hello is not defined. That kind of sounds like I want to do with, see, where was it? Yeah, right here. So this would be let. So if I try to access these outside of this little curly bracket, it's going to say, oh. Okay, yeah. So, okay, var was getting that to work, but let would not have. But I can bypass the div stuff by just moving clone up here. Alright, we see hello outside the block. Okay. Let could be updated but not redeclared. So I can, so I can do this. This will return an error. Reading has already been declared. However, if the same variable is defined in different scopes, there will be no error. Let greeting, if true, let greeting. Okay. This is because both instances are treated as separate variables. This fact makes let a better choice than var. When using let, you don't have to bother if you use a name for a variable. It's okay. Just like let, var, let declarations are hoisted up to the top. Unlike var, which is initialized as undefined, let is the let keyword is not initialized. So if you try to use a let variable, you get a reference variable error. All right, that's actually pretty cool. Variables declared as const maintain constant values. Const declarations share some similarities with let declarations. They're block scope. They cannot be updated or redeclared. Every const declaration, therefore, must be initialized at the time of declaration. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much what I anticipated, having come from a C background, or a C++ background, actually. Let's see. It's hoisted to the top but not initialized. Okay, so var is a little bit more global, while let is more localized. Constant is basically it never changes. So I could actually do const and that and that and that, because I don't think I changed clone. That would also be sufficient. Now div needs to be let. That can be a const, that can be const. That's const. Okay. You know, I'm actually happy with that being const, now that I understand better what it all means. Could definitely do that. And a lot of these still need to be updated. I don't know if it's going to have a problem with this. Well, there's definitely a problem. Identifier expected. Oh, yes. So, you know what? I'm actually going to leave these var, because that's actually exactly how I want it to work. All right. So, calculate total SCU. Run node. So let's see. These are both doing that. I need to actually go through the all the ors. Alright, so that was just a fun little side tour. Alright, so we need to actually get into like the details now. So details are actually going to be Let's see. Or details. There we go. Player details. Run details. Actually, yeah, run details. So you have run details and or details. Run details, total SU. All right, let's actually come over here to runs. Run detail. Display none. So we're going to tell it block instead right now. Why is this breaking stuff? Run details. For some reason, this got borked when I added the CSS. If I take this away, it's still borked. What's going on? Oh, you know what? I don't think these are considered A buttons anymore. Yeah, I'm going to have to come up here, add that, and add that. Alright, there we go. I was like, what's going on? Oh. Okay, so, label. Refined value. At some point, this is going to expand out horizontally, and I'm perfectly fine with that. All right, so we need to do a label. Label for run details, and we'll just say run details. ID equals run details label. All right, let's start with a very basic total SCU. This is a label. ID equals SCU total SCU. Come on. Come on, fingers. You can do it. The 0 SCU. Total SCU. class details. Inline. All right. Let's see. What else were we looking at? Total price. Shared price. All right. Total price. No. Raw price. Raw sell price. Yeah, let's add one of those. Ah, that's good. Defined price. For raw price label. Let's delete that, clone it. Find price, copy, paste. Player split. Number players. Player count. Player split. Player share. Players share. All right. be toggle details. Hide details. Well, I'll swap that over, so it's going to be one of those things where you just click it and it will change up and hide all this. Show run details. We'll just leave it at that. And then eventually we're going to actually hide this. So run details will be, you know, invisible to start with. I just want to make sure I get this right first. Details are I actually want to start this now. Display flex, align items, center, width 100%. Justify content center. Oh, okay. This is a class. Okay, what happens if I do that? Alright. Add. Show run details. Yeah, okay. Why is this? Runs list. Run one. Room. Details controls. Yes. Why is this so freaking big? Font weight, yeah, that's right. Doc sizing, yeah. Oh, it's something to do with flex. Oh, you know what? Flex inline. There we go. Except now it's not centered. Not that it was centered before. Invalid property. Flex box, maybe? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to add, get this toggling. None. So now we come in here. Function, toggle, run details. Okay, run details. Let display equals none. If equals none, now this is an instance where actually what we are. Display equals walk. All right, and toggle run details. Toggle details. Okay, that doesn't work because it's dynamic. So, add new run. Div equals clone selector. Toggle details. Div. Well, according to this, it works. query selector, yes. You're looking for ID, yes. Yeah, that's what we're looking for in run template. And this is the run template. This is the run template. So, okay. Console.log toggling run details. Let's see if this works at all. Okay, it actually is functioning. It's just not doing anything. Style display. All right, so JavaScript get style attribute. Get is visible. Jeff is a check if it. All right. Offset parent. Okay. If element offset parent equals null. Hey. Okay, that could be better. Toggle details. Okay, so good news is we're getting that. So this dot ID print this dot ID, not print. Console.log this ID. And we're going to need probably parent node. A few times. Let's see. No, this should only be the, one above that, so. Empty string. Toggle details, dot parent node, run one. Okay. So now, just swap that out. Is not a function. Const parent node equals that. Query selector run details, which is there we go. Oh, building these websites is very difficult. I just realized this is probably like really small for you guys. You know, this does this thing, and I have no way of getting it to work for me. Oh. Okay, well, there's something that needs to be fixed. Initial? No. What's Ruby? Oh, hell no. Alright. Or display. Here we are. Position. Fixed. Top equals, let's say 100. No, let's say 3 out. All right, let's say 4 a.m. Yeah. Where's all the rest? Oh god, they're overlapping each other, aren't they? Well, first of all, I'm putting that in the wrong spot. That needs to be here. Yeah, that's better. Why are they in the background? Why are they underneath stuff? There we go. I just had to bring the OR selector itself up on the Z index. Okay. So now I can come in here. All right. Is refined. So let's update SCUs. Update. Actually, you know what? Let's just make this very simple. Update details. Run node. All right, so function, update details. Run node. All right, so now we come in here, refined price. Refined price node. Okay. Calculate raw payout. Show details, Vexelite. Nice. All right. We're in a very slow process of okay, we got two more that are AUC. And then we have one that's a SCU. Calculate total SCU. Total SCU. Total SCU node. Dun 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 dun. All right. Yes, yes. This is what I get for using constants. Okay, SCU, raw, refined, number of players, then player share. So, player split. All right. players. Calculate player count. Players, all ors. Calculate the refined payout. And then that. Maybe I should do a run node. That might be easier. No, I want to keep the math separate from, you know, most of the HTML shit, for lack of a better phrase. Num players and all ors. Good. All right. Num players. All right. Run node dot players list. Query selector. Player list node. Now was that a that was an ID. Good. Players equals, we'll do a let here. Hopefully that's the right number. I don't really have a way of testing that right now because we can't add more people, but we could also fake that by you know, coming down here and manually adding more people. Yeah, right here. So what we could do no, we're gonna have this be a let because like the div, the clone, well, clone 2 at least, can be cloned multiple times. Alright, so there, we're gonna, at least for now, me and IRZ, good. Show number of players, we gotta update that now. Ah. Update details. And actually, that's like the the next one we gotta do. ID player count. Alright, so for this we'll just go straight up num players. We don't have to calculate anything. Alright, let's add an ore. Quantanium. Player list now is not a function. Alright, JavaScript node count. Child node count. There we go. That's probably what we want. Ah. Assignment to undeclared variable or on line 10. All right, line 10 for or calculate total SCU run node. All right, so I haven't updated this. But the good news is, you know, we have this, so all ors. So SCU value. SCU. And this is going to be a let. I don't have to do any multiplication, it's just straight up that. Alright. Number players, Nan. None undefined. Okay. So, I have the player list node. At least I should. Console.log. Player list node plus length. HTML div undefined. Oh, it should probably children, yeah. Dot children. Actually, you know, query selector children. Get element ID, query selector. returns the first element in the document that matches the selector. JavaScript get children of div. Content equals menu, yes. Content first child. So run node. Oh, that worked. Okay. Well, that looks good. All right. Players raw share. Players refined share. Player split raw. Player split refined. Okay, so got a lot of IDs that need to be fixed, so player count. Player split labels. Just so many labels. We're just labeling everything up. But this is, labels are unfortunately needed. So we actually need to split raw. Go. Calculate raw each payout. All right. Just copy this. Paste that. Calculate raw payout. All lowers. There we go. So me and IRZ. Yep, there's our raw share. There's our split. Let's add another OR. More Quantanium. 23.6. SCU for this would be 2.4. No, make it 0.3. All right, yeah, that's actually making all those numbers up, and it looks like it's getting it correctly. I mean, I manually added both me and IRZ, so I even, you know, I wasn't thinking I was gonna like having, you know, multiple Quantaniums or multiples of any OR in this list, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense, especially if you're thinking of people in multiple machines. Now, theoretically, you know, we could run this as a guild, and I just, keep the math on me. But, he could have his math on him and my math on me, and this should work. I am actually very happy with this, and this is where we're going to end things for tonight, because I just realized it was 12:30. Holy crap. I have just been like, oh yeah, let's get this going. And this is actually more of, actually, sorry, press the wrong button. This is more of the structure I was thinking of when I was thinking about the restructuring of this. Because, it just makes the most sense to do it in this kind of style. And I can come down here and I can add more. I can click the diamonds. I can add the details for that. We can even have a little function where you can, minimize this run. So it's like you roll up and hide everything here. So basically everything from player down, even the show run details, could be hidden. And, toggle will, show run details, but it may not also show all the stuff. So, yeah, that is stuff that I will be working on, hopefully for the future, maybe in a future stream. I do not know if I am streaming tomorrow because things are just crazy. I hope I am. It might be more of this. I might be doing Final Fantasy Saturday instead of on Friday, simply because, I had a headache for most of today. A pretty bad one, and it ended just before the stream went. Like, I was questioning, 5 to 10 minutes beforehand if we were going to be streaming at all. But I'm happy to say that, I managed to get through this, and I'm actually very happy with how the run estimator has turned out. And I'm going to have to work on getting the add players, but I also need to work on getting the whole sign-up system in. Having to re-enter this information every single time is not making me happy. That's it for tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube, and I'll catch you around. Good night, everybody.